Hi, welcome on the stream. I have a new dip pen, and I was doing some testing yesterday because the nibs arrived yesterday, but I'm not yet fully accustomed to using a dip pen, so I'm not that good at it. So today I think I want to do like a typical, my typical writing practice routine, and instead I will just, or maybe not instead, at least at first, I will do just some circles like in here. This I was doing yesterday, not at the same time, and a couple attempts with couple quite long breaks, and yeah, in here it was pretty good. Like the uniformity of the lines is pretty good, and I wasn't able to repeat that. Like this was quite a bit thicker. Also fairly uniform in terms of line thickness, but okay, maybe not completely. This is quite thin in here on the upstroke. But yeah, in here it was very good, and from here up to here it was just one dip in the bottle of ink. So I think that's pretty good. And yeah, you have to hold it correctly. There is a matter of angle towards the piece of paper, and there is also a rotation if the nib is more like this or more like this, in either way. And also, of course, pressure, because if you press it, then I don't know. Can you see how the sides are opening up? So yeah, if you are pressing too hard, then it puts too much ink onto the paper, and that's not very good, because first of all you're putting a lot of ink into the paper, and possibly even probably bleeding through the paper, and also you will run out of ink pretty fast. And also yesterday I was using this ink because this is the one I had at home, and I also want to try the ink I was using for my fountain pen. Like both, this is like on the bottle it doesn't say anything, but on the package, the like cardboard box, I think it was saying explicitly that this is fountain pen ink, and this was saying that this is just ink, like writing ink. So like I think this is by design, according to the manufacturer, but suitable for both, and this is according to the manufacturer suitable for fountain pens. But I don't know, maybe it also works fine with dip pens, especially considering that on the store, like the description in the store was claiming that this is fine for dip pens. And yeah, as you can see, I'm not very good at this. This is definitely different from this ink. I don't know, maybe it's more viscous or less viscous. I feel like this ink was like covering entire nib more, maybe, like sticking to the nib. And this one straight from the bottle just forms this one little drop on the black. So, looks like the angle is dependent on an ink, on what ink you are using, because with this ink, I feel like the better angle was more like this, and with this black ink, with the Pelican ink, I feel like more like perpendicular to the paper is better. And also, in here, clock in, okay. Yeah, let's try a bit more. And if I rotate this slightly, how does it work now? Also not too horribly. But I feel like in this position it's putting more ink onto the paper. I wonder how long will that take until I develop the perfect grip, perfect position for the nib. Because it does feel like it has to be really perfect. The rotation, the angle, and everything. But despite that, it still feels quite good to use it. Partially maybe because it feels very fancy. Okay, and now that I have some immediate experience with this ink, when I still remember how this one performs, how this one works, I want to try the other one again. Okay, now it should be completely dry. And let's try the other one. So yeah, as you can see in here, this sticks to the surface a bit more. Well, it's quite shiny, it doesn't want to focus on the nib. But yeah, it doesn't create that just little blob on the in the middle. It more of a like covers entire end. It's actually hard for me to say if like what would be the difference. Which one is better? I mean, there is difference, but it's hard for me to judge which one is better. I don't know how I feel about which one is better. I think this is pretty good. So fairly low angle and just a tiny bit of rotation. And of course barely any pressure. And that's the end. I think maybe I will stick with this one. Stick with this this blue ink. Though I would like to compare this again. And also, I don't know much about dip pens, so that's why I don't know what the answer to that question. But they sell nibs, those nibs, in like packs of multiple pieces. In this particular case, it was 10 nibs in one pack. So this is, it feels like it's supposed to be a consumable, or they treat it as consumable, and which poses question, I wonder, how do you actually use up a nib? Because it is like it is metal, it's fairly hard, so I don't think it wears down. Maybe it's something about flexing, like you're flexing it too much, and eventually it will spread permanently. So yeah, this, as I said, creates instantly creates just a blob at the end without covering the entire end, the entire point. Yeah, it really doesn't want to. The camera this really doesn't seem to want to focus on shiny things. Okay, so I was holding it somewhat like that. How does it work with this ink? Seems that this also works fine. So maybe there is not actually much of a difference. Yeah, so maybe I will keep this one at home because it has like the bottle itself has this fancy shelf in front, so I can keep the pen like this. Because like these nibs come in a packs of 10, and those pen holders are very cheap. Like they are about $1 or so. Oh, so yeah, they are $1 or so. So I just ordered two, and I can keep one as the home pen and one as the workshop pen. And at home, I think I want to store it like that. It looks very fancy on the desk. And yeah, in most places it doesn't seem to bleed too much. Okay, I see why this is fountain pen ink and not like general purpose ink, because it doesn't always want to create this blob on the underneath. So just having this, I will run out very quickly. Yeah, pretty much doesn't write at all. That's the end. So yeah, now I think I can just continue with my usual practice. So this goes in here, this goes in here. Let's take some paper with lines. And this would be sheet number 32. Let's turn on the metronome. (200 beats per minute). Too loud. Okay, and as always, 2 lines of continuous ovals. I think I am spreading the tines too much because the lines on the left are visibly, like really visibly thicker than the lines on the right. So probably too much pressure. It doesn't bleed through, so that's good. I was so concentrated on trying to keep the proper angle and rotation and pressure that I was drifting over the line a bit up. Okay, that's 2 lines, and now I want to change to 160 and a bit louder. And same as in here, about 6 ovals and then capital A. And here it probably won't fit. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I was actually somewhat ignoring the rhythm, the metronome. Yeah, I feel like this ink is definitely not suitable for dip pens. Sometimes it works fine, but sometimes it doesn't really want to stick to the nib. I don't know what is the difference. Like what determines when it sticks to the nib and when it doesn't. This is a really good rotation. What is this? Okay, when I'm looking straight at the nib, it's pretty much in line with like the flat surface of the nib is pretty much in line with my line of sight. So I can see this blob of ink on the underneath. It's quite amazing how thin is the line produced by a dip pen. Like this, as a comparison, this is my fountain pen ovals. Focus, 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 focus. Okay, fountain pen ovals, and as a comparison, dip pen ovals. Like you can see all of the individual lines in here. And in here they are kind of blended together. Okay, I think I've gotten pretty good at holding the pen. At getting the pen in the good position pretty much every time. But I need to buy an ink, a black ink, because I want to I want to continue with black ink. Black ink that's better for writing with a dip pen. That's more reliably sticks onto the nib. Because this one doesn't. Okay. When I want to rage quit this ink, then it suddenly starts working. And another sheet. So this was 32. This will be 33. Okay, that I completely messed up. Oval and A. I probably shouldn't do this with my fingers. There is a piece of some kind of fiber. Okay, continuing. Okay, this is just horrible. I said that I'm gonna continue with this ink, but I'm gonna switch after all. Back to the blue one. The blue one seems to work much better. I feel like something is different now. Yeah, like suddenly it writes much thicker. Is there something stuck between the tines? And the next page. I have problem with this last part, because when I try to do a very sharp turn at the top in here, then I make pretty much straight line, and when I try to make this a bit of a curved line, then I make a loop at the top, and it's supposed to have both this curved line and sharp turn at the top. So where do I have some other piece of paper? So yeah, something like this. And that will be it. This goes in here. Ads should be over. So yeah, that will be it for the writing practice for today. And I have some ink on my fingers, but luckily even more ink on the paper. So that's done. And now make the pattern for Edwardian dressing gown. Let's change the title. So yeah, I want to make the pattern, and here I have the actual fabric, and the velvet that I want to make the like main fabric. I wanted this velvet to be the main fabric of the dressing gown, and then I also brought some fabrics for the mock-ups. I think I will use this one because I have more of this. This, like maybe I could use just for the top, for the very top. So it would be extremely short dressing gown. But first, I need to do some research on the everything regarding dressing gown. So let's take the book. The Cutter's Practical Guide to cutting and making shirts, undergarments, and other stuff. And one of those other stuff, where's the other stuff? One of those other things is the dressing gown in here. And yeah, this is dressing gown. Starting from the top, dressing gown. These garments are made from variety of materials, from simple loose make to full and simple loose make of wool and cloth to the elaborate designs of silk, almost equal variety in notable in this is not very readable. An almost equal variety is noticeable in the way they are finished. The cheaper ones are made with patch pockets and unlined, whilst the better ones are lined and trimmed in expensive style. This does look quite expensive, and I think I do want to have an expensive style because it looks fancy. I wonder what that is. Where's my pencil? Yeah, like this detail in here. Like, of course, it is done that way to be fancy, but does it serve any practical purpose? Like in here, this is of course the loop for the cord in here, and for the like actual tying cord, but this doesn't seem to be a loop, and on the sketch itself, this cord doesn't go through, like underneath that piece of something. Maybe it's a pocket. It could be a pocket, and the pocket opening in here. Okay, how about other details? It doesn't seem that there is any kind of binding. Just just this lining, the quilted lining right up to the edge. So this saves me some of the efforts. Okay, trimmed in expensive style. Expensive style. In this latter, collar and cuffs are quilted, and the front edges and pockets are trimmed with fancy cord. Yeah, I do want to try the trimming with the fancy cord. I still have to find a fancy cord. It's not actually that easy, and it wasn't very easy to find some silk. Like I was saying on the last stream on Tuesday that I'm not gonna try to dye my own silk, dye silk myself for this project. I'm just gonna find some either silk or more likely an alternative to silk, still made out of natural fibers, so probably cotton. But yeah, I was looking for some cotton, for like nice looking cotton for this quilted part, and eventually I just bought white silk and some dyes, some fabric dyes. So yeah, I am gonna dye my own, dye cotton myself, dye silk myself for this project after all, because there was just no other option. I was looking at different offers in online stores, and I wanted silk twill, and if there was like solid color silk twill, it was like 3 different colors, and of course I want something brownish, maybe going more into orange or something like that, something similar. And the available colors were white, lime green, and some kind of, I think, light blue. So yeah, not ideal. I wouldn't definitely get the blue, because this is already blue, and also the green one was looking quite horrible. Okay, and the last section, a girdle is generally worn around the waist. They are cut long and easy fitting, finished with a roll collar. How to make a roll collar? And actually, how does it even look like? I mean, I know how it looks like from afar, like, and also in here, but some details. Oh, let's see. Roll collar. No, not like this. Dressing gown. No. Maybe jacket? Okay, I don't think I will find anything. So I will have to just guess how everything works. Okay, the system. The system, so of the measurements for this, draw a line 1/3 of the depth of sky. I think I will do depth of sky very slightly larger, or actually I'm looking at my waistcoat, like right now, at my waistcoat, and I think this is actually pretty good in terms of depth of sky. So yeah, I will just use my measurements I'm using for the waistcoat. I think that for the shirt, it would be a bit too tight around the arm, but waistcoat, I think it's like an inch lower or so, and it should be good. So depth of sky, natural waist, full length plus seams. 46 inches. That is my depth of sky. Measurements. My depth of sky is big font. It's 8 3/4, and in here it's 9. So maybe I will stick with 46 inches for the entire length. How much is 46 inches? This. So for 46 inches times 254, this is 116. Okay, I think should be fine. Close. Also this. And also I forgot if I actually made record. Recording started. Did it actually start? Like I was doing some automations with the way I'm recording stuff in here, but I don't know if I actually finished them. Filters. No, this is not finished. Yeah, for now I will just turn this on manually, and maybe after the stream I will have to remember to actually do it properly. Actually finish the camera recording automation. Okay, now maybe I won't forget. Okay, full length plus seams, and seams I assume are standard 1/4 inch. So it would be length in here 45.5. Actually, is there some table of standard proportions? Classical reference, abuse to ridicule, taking measurements. Is there no table? Maybe somewhere in here, at the very front. I expect that there will be, oh no, full-length lounge, frock and dress. Okay, I will have to just go with that measurement, with 46 inches. From 17, mark 1 inch and draw back center, and draw the center of the back from O through 1. So in here. So the back, or the bottom rather, well, the entire back should taper a bit. going up to 2.5 inches at the very bottom. And 2.5 inches is 1/12 of the breast, less half an inch. Apply width of the back plus seams about 2 inches below 3. What? Width of the back plus seams about 2 inches below 3. Where is 3? Width of the back, so somewhere in here. Oh, this is 3. This is not very tree-like. Actually, my correction is also not very tree-like. 3. So yeah, about 2 inches below 3. This should be the width of the back. And how is my width of the back on my waistcoat? Maybe it could be about inch wider. Or maybe I will go with the width of the back from a morning coat. Actually, did I write down the measurements for the morning coat? Not this one. I didn't write the measurements for the morning coat. I assume they are on the pattern. I think they are on the pattern, if I remember correctly. Now, which pattern is that? This is for trousers. Trousers. Where is the morning coat? This is the morning coat, I think. Not a perfect way to store it. Okay, and here. Across chest, across back. Yeah, I do want to write that down in the digital form. How does it compare to my waistcoat? And here, across chest. Wait, waistcoat doesn't have width of the back. Okay, whatever. Shirt, morning coat. Actually, rest of the note is in Polish, so this would be jacket. And now, chest is 36, waist is 32, depth of sky is 9. Natural waist is 16 and a half. Right, and here I have fractions like this. But this seems like it's a pain to write down. I think I will just do this. 16.5 front shoulder, 11 3/4 over shoulder. This is 17 1/4 across chest. This is 8 full length, 36 across back, 8.5 and this is not important. So yeah, those are the measurements I will be using, I think, for the dressing gown. Now I have to put this back together. Okay, so 1/3 depth of sky. Depth of sky is 9, so this will be fine. I will still write that down explicitly. This is 3, this is 9 depth of sky. Natural waist. Natural waist in my case is 16.5. 16.5. Full length. This will stay at 46. From mark 17, 1 inch, center O to 1.5, 1/12 of a breast, less 1/2 inch of a breast. Chest, in my case, is 36 inches. 36 inches. Would that work out? I think in here it would also be 36. Let's see. So this is depth of sky, 9 inches. Where is the depth of sky? 9 inches, so in here. And chest is 36. 36 divided by 12, this is 3. 1/12 minus half. Okay, so in that case, in my case, this is also 2.5. Apply width of back plus seams. Width of back about 2 inches below 3. Width of back. Width of back across back is 8.5, and in here it's 7.5. So this seems pretty reasonable, considering that my back is extremely wide. 7 and here 8.5, and width of the back plus seams. Plus seams. So probably quarter. What was that again? across back 8.5, so this will be 9. Curve out to shoulder point. 9 to 9 and 9 to 9 is 1/4 of the breast, so this will be also 9 because the chest measurement is the same. Square down from 9 to I. Where is I? Here is I. That's a pretty long square. And complete back as shown. So yeah, that was just for this back section. How about front part? Continue line across from 9, 17, 46. So this one. Continue line across, like there should be lines. Make lines from 9, 17 and 46 and the perpendicular lines. 9 to 21, half chest plus 2.5 inches to 3 inches. So that will be also 21. I assume half chest. Yeah, 36 divided by 2. Divided by 2. Plus 3 inches. So this will be 21. Okay. 21 to 13 across chest measure. This could be different. What is my across chest? Across chest is 8. And here is 13. That's interesting. Hmm, 8. What is this? 21 to 13. Where is 21? 9 to 21, half chest. So somewhere in here. This is 21. 21 and working back into 13. Oh, maybe they are just writing this down in a confusing way. So saying that 13, but this 13 would be from this way, this side. 21 minus 13, this would be 8, right? And this would be consistent with my... no. Yes? Maybe? Okay, I can do math. 21 minus 18. 3. Wait, what? 13. Minus 13, 8. Okay. So this is consistent with my measurements across chest, 8 inches. Uh, 8 inches. Where was that? Here. Add starts in a couple of seconds. Maybe I should also bring the camera a bit closer and a bit more facing down. And now a bit like this. Okay, so where did I stop? 8 inches in here. So this would be also correct. Sweep from point 13 by front shoulder measure less O 3/4 of the back neck. What is back neck? Do I have back neck measurement? Chest, waist, natural waist, front shoulder, over shoulder. I don't have back neck measurement. Okay, never mind. This is not a actual measurement. Over shoulder. So again, what was that? Sweep from point 13 by the front shoulder measure. Front shoulder. What was front shoulder? Like from here across? No, this was over shoulder, right? Front shoulder. Okay, over shoulder is up to the depth of sky in here, and front shoulder I believe is from the nape of the neck. Width of shoulders, across chest. Nine. Where's 9? 7th. First thing, now measure down, nape. The front shoulder measure is taken from the nape of the neck. Okay. So from point O, here to here. Yeah, there is something written in here. Front shoulder. Maybe plus something. This is not very visible. Where was I? Sweep from point 13 by front shoulder measure less this. Okay, so this was 13 up and into this point. And I will write down front shoulder measure. Front shoulder measure is 11 3/4. At 3/4 probably. 3/4 of an inch to this sweep from point 21. Here. So from the front to this. So yeah, I assume to this measurement. This would be front shoulder minus this. And this would be the same, plus 3/4 of an inch. Where these segments intersect, locate neck point, C. C to D is 1/12 of breast, less half an inch. Draw breast line from D to 21, square down. From D to 21, and square down. From C to D is 1/12 of the breast, less half an inch. Where is D? Here is D. So this goes into the center of the neck in front. Draw breast line from D to 21, So down here and square down. Square down, sweep from point 13 by over shoulder measure. Last 9 over shoulder measure. This will be 17 and 1/4. Sweep from point 13 or less 9. Wait, less 9A of the back. 9A. Where was A? Oh, here is A. And the somewhere in the middle of the shoulder. Okay, so find point B, and B is on this side. Next, C to B, triple less. At riffle less than width of the back shoulder. Width of the back shoulder. Do I have something like that? Width of back shoulder. Like just shoulder? Front shoulder, over shoulder. Full length across the back. I don't actually have over like width of the shoulder. I have in the shirt, among the shirt measurements. Depth of sky, natural waist. Okay, how about in here on the waistcoat, over shoulder. In here there is also no width of the shoulder. So yeah, on my shirt measurements, width of the shoulder is 6 inches. So maybe it will be 6 inches. Width of back shoulder from here, 6. Shape sky, thinking it about half an inch below the line. Where? Half an inch below the line in here. Below the line. Where was that? Below the line, let forepart overlap back 1 to 1.5 inches at the waist, and draw side seam as shown. Okay. Make D to E about 1/8 breast. D to E. Here. 1/8 breast. So that would be 36 divided by 8. This is 4.5. 4.5. Where is that? 1/8. 4.5. Right? Right. Allow 2.5 to 3.5 inches of overlap, complete as shown. 3.5 inches in front, so this will be for double-breasted part. And the sleeve is cut the same style as for coat, with little extra width at the elbow and the cuff. Okay. So how was I drafting the sleeve for the morning coat? Because it was fitting, but I think I wasn't actually using the book for the morning coat. I got this pattern from some other book by the same author, I think, but a different book. And now I don't remember what book that was. Like I could probably work this out eventually, because yeah, I probably won't be able to use the same exact sleeve, because it just wouldn't fit the hole. And this hole is gonna be slightly different. Okay, and hints on making. Also the variations. Oh, here. This was described in chapter on pajama jackets. Maybe I will actually try the sleeves from pajama jacket, like in here. Is it the same type of code? The same type of sleeve? I completely forgot the word sleeve. Is it the same kind of sleeve that I was drafting? Trousers, morning coat. Okay, let's look in here. Where is the pattern for the morning coat? I'm not sure. So this is the one that was not working. And this looks actually fairly similar. Hello, East Side. So I will have to, I think, look for this other book that I was using for the morning coat. Because yeah, and I think this type of sleeve, it doesn't look very well, at least in my case, at the top in here. Too many creases. Sorry, meant to say hi right away, but I got distracted with life. I've been here lurking. Okay, it's fine. And I don't know actually what to say, not to sound like I don't care about anyone who's in here, because you know, I could say that like it's fine, you are not obligated to like be active in chat or whatever, but then it kind of sounds like you know, like I'm saying that I don't care, and I don't care if you are here or not. Okay, so this the sleeve I will work out later, and hints on making. Let's also read that. The making up is very simple. It's generally the same lines as a jacket. Caveat is putting through front of the collar. The pockets are stayed with linen. The pockets are stayed with linen. So yeah, I assume this is a pocket. I don't see any other anything else that could be a pocket, and I also don't see any other purpose for this piece of something. So yeah, this is probably very fancy edge of a pocket. Fancy looking pencil. This is Pentel Graph Gear 1000. I had this pencil for forever, and in here it's supposed to have a sticker saying what size of lead this is. Like in here, this is 0.5, and it also had 0.5 in here, but it's not a very durable sticker. So I lost the sticker quite quickly after getting this pen. And right now I noticed that I probably dropped it one time too much. Actually, maybe 2 times, because yeah, it has 2 dents in here on one side and on the other. I never noticed that, but now when I look at it with the light, it's like reflecting the light a bit differently. Like you can see flat surface in here. At least I can see, because the camera really doesn't want to focus on shiny stuff. I don't know why. I don't know how that works. Okay, now it focuses. Yeah, right here. You can see the flat spot. And on the other side, another flat spot. Back to the actual text. The pockets are stayed with linen, and the fullness of the sleeve is kept on the top and of the shoulder, starting about 1 inch from the seam. Edges are stitched, loops are put in the side seam. When the body is not lined, the seams are often raised. I don't know what that means. Very little special manipulation is put into these garments, as they are intended to fit loosely. They must, however, be finished tastefully. And that's it. So yeah, now maybe I will do actual pattern drafting. Let's put the camera in here. I have to do some like general cleaning in here. The key. And also, this is very dusty. I don't need this anymore. And maybe if I have this box, then maybe, okay, this won't fit. Or maybe it will, with some persuasion. And this would be a very tight fit. Okay, just this here, and this will go on top. Okay, this is previous practice. This goes in here. This will be for the mock-ups. I have to do something with all those fans. Okay, this will be quite long, 46 inches. How much is that? Up to here. So I will need just a bit more space. This is probably hot glue. Yeah. Okay, and now some paper. Some paper. Do I have another one of those clamps? Okay, I do in here. So let's cut this off a bit cleaner. And there is a tear in here. I don't think it will be that significant though. Okay, now what should be the camera angle? Maybe something low, like this, going, like looking into the paper, or maybe something high, like this, top-down view. Maybe top-down view and even higher, like this. Okay, how does that feel? I think it's fairly good. How about the light? Is this better? Okay, I think without is better. The additional light creates, I think, a bit too much of a glare. Now, this is definitely recording, right? Filter get. Yeah, true. So it is recording. Now, pencil. The book, pencil, and something straight, like this. This is dusty, of course, as everything. Okay, a project for some other time, also at starting soon. Project for some other time is to make actual nice straight edge and also a square, instead of using this piece of cardboard, because this is quite horrible. Okay, so here, draw line 046 So this will be O, the origin, and line down. I don't know if this is actually 46 inches. Is this long enough? This is not long enough. It will have to go somewhere up to here. Okay, now 3 1/3 of the depth of sky. So this is 3 on the inside, 3, then 9. This is depth of sky. I don't need this. 9 depth of sky. Next, 16.5 natural waist. 16.5. 16.5 natural waist. 0 to 36, full length plus seams. Full length plus seams, 46 inches. Is this visible? This is outside the frame. Where is it visible? About in here. I mean, all of the actual important stuff will be on this end, so maybe this doesn't matter. But yeah, 46 inches. Although, I don't know. Okay, 46 inches will be in here. I will try to adjust the camera like this. And is anything visible? Okay, line is a bit visible. Okay, here, next step. 1 inch into the back and then 2.5 inches. Okay, this is actually too close to the edge. I have to get rid of that entire line. Okay, another attempt, and this time 2.5 inches, so something like this. Okay, again 3 inches. 3, 9, 16 and a half. 16 and a half and 46. One inch at the natural waist. So in here, 1 inch. This is 1. And here, this will be 2.5. And somehow this ended up almost at the edge of the paper. Again. And now a straight line. Here to here. And from 1 to 2.0, also this is O because I didn't write it down. O in here. And it seems like in here it's like the distance in here is much smaller. Is this actually 1 inch? This is actually 1 inch. Mark 1 inch, drew center back from O to through 1. Okay, apply width of the back plus seams. This 9 inches, about 2 inches below 3. So 3 square line from here. Okay. From the actual center, right? Like from the first line. Yeah, from the first line. I think. And 2 inches below that. 2 inches below that, 9 inches. Nine, 2, and 9 again. Also, a couple days ago, we were talking about the sound of those fans in here. Like I think Atom was saying that he doesn't hear the fans, but now I'm a bit closer to the entire setup, so maybe now it is audible. Just to be sure, I will turn them off. Okay, so this is 9 inches. Below 3, curve out shoulder point. Curve out shoulder point. So something like this. There is some number in here, but it's not mentioned in the instructions, and this is really hard to read. I think the bottom number is 8, and this would be maybe 5/8. But could also be 3/8. Where is 5 somewhere in here? Is there any 5? There are no 5s to compare. Actually, here is 5. So yeah, maybe it is 5/8. 5/8. It would be something like this, and this will be 9 inches, 5/8 from this point. Would be in here. Wait, this is quarter, this is 1/8, so this is 0.5/8. So looks like almost exactly the way I did it. This is a bit too thick. Okay, what's next? Center of the back. O to 1.5, 1/12 breast less half an inch. So this is in here. And it's also 2.5. 2.5. Apply width of the back plus seams. Oh no, not here. Wait, I wasn't reading that in order. Through 1, O to 1.5, 1/12 breast less half an inch, so this is that part. Apply width of the back plus seams 2 inches below 3, okay. Curve out shoulder point. 9 to 9 is 1 for breast. And this is also 9 inches. Square down from 9 to I. 9 to 9. So this will be just straight line. Actually, this has to be quite long. So continuing in here. Okay, 9 inches. this ends up here. Because yeah, and on the reference pattern, this size, this width is 7.5 inches, and then 9 inches in here. But my width of the back is also 9 inches. So this ends up being just a straight line. So yeah, I will go a bit into the front. Maybe like 1/2 inch, 3/4. Oh, what happened in here? Did I touch something? Or maybe I just randomly started to bleed because of the dry skin? I think it was just random. Can I do something with this? No? Okay, so this part of the pattern will just stay with blood spot. Okay, what was I here? Now trying to keep that spot in the air. Okay, and this is also about 5/8. Okay, 9 inches. Square down from 9 to I. What was my solution for that in the other pattern? Actually, in the other pattern for the some morning coat, the back is in 2 pieces, so I probably won't be able to analyze it anyway. But how about a shirt? Do I have a pattern for a shirt? Maybe this is a shirt? No, this is a bunch of sleeves. So that probably means there is no short in this file. Also nothing in here. This is just pattern for the trousers. Yeah, I have no idea where do I have the pattern for the shirt. I probably took it home. So yeah, I assume this will be correct, maybe, hopefully. This is also 9. Yeah, I will go with 9 and 5/8. Nine and 5/8, and in here 9 and 5/8. So this should be point I. What's next? Nothing else in this section. This top part looks like this is 3/4. Three-quarters in here. And the shoulder. This is curved a bit too much. Tiny bit too much. And there is, I think, 1/8 in here, so I assume this should be 1/8 below the straight line in here, something like this. To be fair, this is not really a difference that will be noticeable. Like this kind of stuff is practically margin of error in cutting. So maybe I won't even do this. And just keep it as normal straight line. Okay, that would be in the back. Almost entire back. Only thing in here. Is to make a bit of a curve at the bottom. A tiny curve. Oh, I wanted to remove this cap, this one, and I didn't notice, or I forgot that it's already removed. Oh, yeah, I do actually want this removed. Now the front part, or the fore part, continue line across 9, 17, 46. 9 to 21 is half chest plus something, so this is also 21. 21 to here, and this is from point 9, 21. Wow. I'm not actually sure if I won't need to transfer this onto another sheet of paper, another like another section. Yeah, I definitely will need to transfer that. Okay, 21. I won't be able to do this overlap in front for double-breasted part. And working back to 13. This is 13. Sweep from point 13 by the front shoulder measure. From point 13 by front shoulder measure. Okay, 11 3/4. 3/4 minus this. This is pretty much exactly 9. So from here, 9. Okay, 9, where was that? Add 3/4 to this and sweep from point 21. 21, 9 3/4. So in here. And this is point C, right? Where these segments intersect, locate the neck point C. C. C to D is 1/12 breast less. This I actually didn't mark. 1/12 breast less half an inch. 1/12 breast was, it was somewhere in here. It's 2.5. Less half an inch, that is 2.5. 1/12. This is D. Is this straight? Or rather, is this parallel? Doesn't seem very parallel. Maybe more like this. C to D, draw breast line from D to 21 and square down. Yeah, this was 21. 21. And 21. draw line D to 21 and square down. Is this supposed to be straight? D21, this seems a bit curved. And square down. What's next? Square down, sweep from point 13 by over shoulder measure, less 9, less 9A of the back, so find point B. Over shoulder measure is 17 and 1/4. A will be somewhere in here. What was that again? 17 and 1/4. This is practically 7 inches, or maybe 6 3/4. Something in between, maybe. This will be point A. Now point 13. To find point B, C to B is triple less than width of the back shoulder, and this is width of back shoulder is 6. How about here? This is much more than 6. This is a bit over 8. a trifle less. This won't even fit. I feel a failure in here. I don't think this will come together. Maybe this should be straighter. Or maybe I will do this a bit further into the back. So the back seam of the sleeve will be a bit further into the back, not on the like actual connection between between an arm and rest of the back. So yeah, this was 9 inches. Maybe let's do 8 inches. And then I can do 5/8. And I could probably also make this distance a bit shorter. But maybe I will keep that for the next time. because this will definitely won't be in the final pattern. Okay, so this is 9, right? Right. In that case, 9 in here and in here. And now, how is the width of the shoulder? Now this is a bit over 7 inches. And measuring on my actual shoulder in here, this is like 6.5. So maybe this will be better. And also over shoulder measure changed now. This was 17.25. Let's keep the point in here. This is 7.25. 7.25 is from here. It will end up being a bit higher. Again, 7.25 going into here. And now this is at 7 3/16. Seven something will be in here. So now they don't actually overlap. That's good. This was point B. And let's make it into a line. This is supposed to go a bit up. from the picture in here, you could say that maybe like 1/4 of an inch, somewhere in here. Going into this point and gradually meeting the straight line in here. Okay, so that was something like that, and this was something like this. Now, what's the next point? Shape the sky, thinking about 1/2 an inch below the line. Let forepart overlap 1 inch to 1.5 inch. Okay, I already have this line in here. The sky 1/2 an inch below the line, so somewhere in here, and the point 13 in here looks like 1.5 inches. One and a half above 13. So now there should go something like that into 1/2 an inch. And coming back into the shoulder. A bit too pointy. Shape the sky, thinking about 1/2 an inch. Let forepart overlap 1 to 1.5 inches at the waist and draw side seam as shown. 1 to 1.5 inches at the waist. So in here, this was 9 inches, 1.5. So this is 9, this is 8. And straight line from here to point 8 and to the bottom. That's maybe a bit too extreme. Much too extreme. Okay, get rid of this. Okay, so this is the 0.9, 1 inch in here, and at the bottom in here, according to the picture, this should overlap maybe 1/4 of this back. And exactly that is 3, okay, 1/3. Overlap 1/3 of this back. This would be 9 inches, so about 3 inches. About this point. Something like this. And this would be point H. Is there anything about point H? Not really. Oh, okay, 1/8 breast. Allow 2.5 to 3.5 inches of overlap and complete as shown. Okay. Oh, what's the time? Okay, I have 1 hour. Yeah, I think I will continue with this. So do the entire pattern, at least this version of the pattern, today. And that will be everything I will do, because I won't have time for anything else. This is the front. Like, this is the front, this is overlap. So I will have to cut this line. I want to keep the back intact. And let's just cut out the entire back. I want to curve. Okay, blacken the curves. The curve in here is a bit bigger than planned, but I think that's fine. It's not gonna be the final version anyway. Okay, this goes in here. And now the front. And then the front I will have to copy onto another section of paper and then actually finish it. Maybe, oh, let's use this water bottle. And then maybe ink bottle. Now this shouldn't move. And now I will trace the this pattern so far onto another piece of paper, another section of paper. Okay, this is the line in here, here, and here. Okay, all the markings are in place. Maybe this one, this is C, and this is also here. This, well, I will just move this out of the way and then make a mark. So this part won't be needed anymore. And now the rest of the back. So allow, where was that? Allow 2.5 to 3.5 inches of overlap as complete as shown. 3.5 inches in front. Also here. This is 13, this is 21. This was D. And another line in here. a bit further. And to here, and I dropped my knife at the bottom, also further, and the other way. And here. So here at the back, this is supposed to be about 1 inch, this about 3 inches. And a line in here. Another one in here. And then 3.5 inches in front. Three and a half. And here at the end, 3.5. Okay, what else? At the bottom, this is supposed to be 3/4 of an inch below the line, below the bottom line. 3/4 of an inch at this main line. So here, and a gentle curve. Something like this. What else? So the rest I have to just figure out myself. Like the beginning of the opening looks like this should be somewhere in here, maybe a bit lower, like in here. And then going into here. I'm not sure what is this section, this F. I guess like how much you would have to add for the color on the bottom. Yeah, looks like there will be a lot of just figure it out sections on this project. And then the color would be very large, going somewhere into here. Maybe that's a bit too far. Like the angle in here, this angle is much more angled than on the reference pattern. Also, this was not the correct point. Yeah, I was supposed to go somewhere into here. Like here. Yeah, this seemed a bit too steep. Okay, so this is the actual color. Actual color going maybe into here. A very large curve in here. something like this. So yeah, this would be all of this quilting. This is not really needed as a detail on the pattern, and it does take quite a lot of time. But I don't know, maybe it will be, I will be able to visualize this a bit better, how this will look, with a clear distinction of the quilting in here. Okay, now 45 degrees. Oh, maybe not. Maybe a bit of a diamond shape. Okay, did it help? I think it did help. With like getting a feel of how this would look like. And maybe also I could, the same as on the picture in here, I could make this a bit longer and extend those lines. Okay, so something like this. And yeah, I think this kind of level will be good. Then I think I should actually transfer that, so that it would be in here. Do I have something square but smaller than this piece of cardboard? Okay, now this is just a piece of paper. This will be easier. Here, align and transfer in here. Now, next one. Here. And here. Next one. Even further. And into here. Maybe I will, yeah, this is fairly straight, but maybe I will create another line in here. Okay, so here this is a bit of a convex going into slightly concave curve, and then this is concave. And here this is convex, this is convex, and continuing in here. Okay, so it would be something like that. And in here I would of course have to add some seam allowance. Actually, maybe it would be entire front, just to be like consistent. 1/4 of an inch to the entire front. And I assume this thing in here symbolizes stitching, like stitching on top. Is there anything else to do? Anything else left to do? This will probably have to go something like that. Actually, it will be this angle. What is this angle? I have to copy this angle. So here and here. Okay, this lines up like perfectly. I judged this angle by eye, like spot on, up to a degree. So yeah, this that will be it, and let's cut this out with my knife from the floor. Hello, Jelly Bean. Is that surely everything? Yeah, 3/4 of an inch, about 3/4 in here, 3.5 in the front. Yeah, no other details in the instructions. So I think I'm ready to cut this out. And also this, okay. Okay, this is the actual neck point. And then here, and here I have the crease line. Okay, maybe I would cut this straight. And that's ready. Now, do I have enough time? I do have enough time to actually cut this out. Make not actually make a mock-up, but start making a mock-up. Cut this out out of a mock-up fabric. Where is the mock-up fabric? In here. So I think I want to use this one. And I expect this will be quite hard to write on. Pencil maybe somewhat works. How about these other pencils? Like those. Not convinced if that works better. How about other side? And this is worse. Yeah, other side is unusable. This, I assume, this somewhat shows up. Maybe it will be better than pencils. Okay, so here Will this fit two parts? Not really. How about the back and front? Back is in here. Okay, this will fit back and front. So at least that's good. And I will cut this out only to about here, because I'm only interested in the top part, and this has to actually fit, and the bottom is just basically straight, so there is nothing that can be messed up in here. I'm only interested in like how it lays around the shoulders, around the back, and so on. Around the armholes. Maybe I will do this up to a waist, so up to here. This way I will have to I will actually have some reference point to match this up with the back. This is the crease line, and this is the waist. Now the back. Also, here, this will be the waist. Okay, now fold. Couple of pins. And I will cut out this part straight away. Okay, despite the pins, the bottom part ended up quite a bit smaller. Let's shift it a bit. It's not a huge difference, so maybe that won't matter that much. And also I can just look at only the good half. Okay, let's cut this out. Here. Cutting this feels weird. I don't know even how to describe that. Like viscous, kind of like cutting through honey. Okay, removing all of those pins. And this is this very slightly shorter part. Maybe it really won't matter. Anyway. Pins here. I should leave the ones on the back because I will have to connect the back. And then connect the back to the front. this way. So this is the waist, and this should match up. I will put one pin in here on the beginning of the squeeze line, and one pin on the other side, on the other half. Okay, so this is connected. Now here I still have a couple of minutes, well, 3 minutes, but I think it should be enough for sewing. Key in here. Okay, and here, starting from this side, where is the pin cushion? Here. Okay, that's one seam done. And it's time to end the stream. I will still finish all of the seams. Well, I will have shoulder seams. Okay, I will finish only the pinned seams. And then at the beginning of the next stream, at the beginning of the next stream I will do the writing practice as always, but after that, actually with this project, I will finish this mock-up, like actually close everything, and then try it on and make another pattern, because this one definitely won't be good enough. This definitely won't fit. Like, stuff around my shoulders never fits on the first try. Okay, pins. And the last seam in here. Okay, so that's it for today. Tomorrow I'm gonna actually finish this, close the shoulder seams, and then I will try this on, see how it looks, and what needs to be changed, what needs to be adjusted. Then I will make another pattern and another mock-up, because tomorrow it should be a bit quicker without all of the reading and figuring stuff out. And then maybe a third mock-up. We'll see how it goes. And also, like, now, right at the very end of the stream, suddenly I'm gaining more viewers. So yeah, I'm sorry, that's the end. So yeah, see you tomorrow for the continuation of this project. Bye.